also belong to institution. No matter what will be the delay or the cost of delay, don't be stand. Engineers don't stand. That's one mark of our discipline. You are the most disciplined professional. Anywhere you can find professionalism in the world. So we should keep that. Very, very important. I'm saying this because it's going to go to the front. We just that's the way I have the welcome stuff. Sorry, we were trying to say nobody should see beyond like the first, fifth layer upward so that we can start to close together as possible. So like I said, while we wait to commence officially, like we're expecting our national chairman so we can start officially, we don't start to waste time. So let's say we have reservations where we cannot start by 10. Now we've lost an hour. And still people cannot start by 11. We don't have that time to lose or time to waste. We will feel that time interacting. The moment that whenever engineers gather, we don't gather like marketers, don't gather other professionals. We are here to do heads together and solve problems. By the end of this session today, we come up with solutions to cyber problems. We don't have one student to waste. Now, the second part is we have only today together. Why is an app? Why is two? No reason for that. We have no justification for that. So while we're waiting for our national chairman, we could be in that space, interacting cerebrally. I'll show you something I need to prepare for it, but I want to touch our minds a little regarding our professionalism and regarding one aspect. If you look at sustainability as an engineer, you realize that it comes twofold. Besides your primary discipline, you must, this is that word, you must be an environmental engineer and you must be a safety engineer for practice. The fundamentals in our training in depth on this two. You cannot practice engineering without sustainability. Because we're going to see the manipulation of the earth through man's activities, primarily through engineering, that has caused so much destruction of the earth. Problem society. We say this, tell ourselves this one. If you project to society an engineering solution, the first thing was before you sell that solution to the society is what new safety concerns am I bringing forward? We have never considered that before. And that's the reason why we are here today. The world is where it is today. I bring in plastic as a solution to packaging. I don't consider what it's over the years we present as another problem. Today, you cannot quantify the volume of plastic waste that are dumped in the ocean. Sometimes you wonder how they find their way to the ocean. Every solution man has ever brought up, particularly engineering, has always brought up a new problem. And one thing we don't consider is that problem, while we are solving a problem, that new problem, we consider it our use one. This year, April 28, we celebrated World Day for Safety and Health at Work. We are celebrating the whole world, what I'm like, being launched into the new world of work for artificial intelligence. Have we ever sat down to think? We are always looking at possibilities, all of possibilities. Have we ever started to think this new solution that we cannot solve, that is going to come to mind, is going to hit us very soon? Have we started considering the new problems that will bring? Have we? So I said, as our national chairman has said, please, can we rise? It's our team. So let's start the work now. You're no second, sir. You're ready. Do it again. Well, you give me 1 minute to start. Please, let's come down. So I think those are complaints will now feel us. Those are complaints. Welcome, national chairman. Please let me see if you want to go and step down the MC. Thank you very much. every solution from engineering, let's just keep up engineering moving, to world's problems, always brings up about safety concern. We have this problem. And most of us, we deal with the solution directly and fail to consider the new problems that will bring up. As simple as you discover oil, that oil can be refined to petroleum products and used to power vehicles, power steam engines, internal combustion engines. Nobody factored out that over the years we will destroy our environment. That's the biggest destruction human beings are causing the environment today. Now we are taking on another way to solve the problems. Why we are here today for this AGM. So these are the things that we should consider as professionals as much as we can. Always think of the solution and double up on the solution is problem that will cause for that solution. And we'll keep moving on our society and advance it as we want it to be for convenience. But I want to bring us to one thing today. And I'll call it a safety moment. Because our professionals, our engineering experts, and we are environmentalists as well. Whenever you stand as a professional, the first thing you must do, let me use this one as an environmentalist, is to be aware. It might look like a simple thing, but it's not. To be very much aware. And I'll look at it from our own perspective as environmentalists. Anywhere you practice, now we're dealing with a blue economy, anywhere you practice, what are the safety considerations regarding the environment that you see? We must be aware. We must be aware. This solution I'm presenting, let me use a simple one. This oil I've refined. How is it helping the environment and how is it hurting the environment? The second one is there must be an assessment. We must be able to assess and quantify the aid to a society or the damage or danger that causes society. That this distinguishes us from every other profession, every other profession. Be aware of the environment at all times. We come from different industries. Secondly, we have the capacity because the layman does not. The layman doesn't factor this. But as professionals, we as engineers must be able to assess the pros and the cons. Then finally, and I hope we take this out this AGM this year, we must take action. Please, we must take action. That's the third thing. Anywhere I practice in my industry, I'm aware of either the problems or solutions I'm bringing, or the other problems I need to bring a counter solution to. I understand the magnitude of this problem. I understand the magnitude of what I'm supposed to do. But if we know, we are aware, we understand the magnitude, we can assess, and at the end of the day, with solutions in our hands, we be able to take action. We'll still come down to ground zero. So please, let's always professionally be aware. Always carry out assessments. That's basis of professionalism about to show that yes, this person knows what he's doing. Even by then, the projection, a layman will know that this person knows what he's saying, he knows what he's doing. But again, there must be a pragmatic approach to resolving those issues. So I'll come back to the MC. Let's start today. Thank you very much for this.
Yes, let's talk ourselves as we are. Well, since we have a national chairman in our midst, can we just commence the program and why we stand up for the national anthem? That's all right for the national anthem. But before that, please, we want all the fellows in the front groups and the yet to be conferred fellows to just be behind them so that all the fellows very close together. Shall we rise for the national anthem? Only the first answer.
to set I surrender all to the naturally, a single that truth and justice. Not to all, endlessly, not to scale. To that, unto our children, all now be the same. And God will shine, classes are one with shine, running over the soul.
Please let's take the third stanza as our opening prayer. O God of all creation, grant this our one request, help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and unity, Nigeria may be blessed. Let's clap for ourselves and nation Nigeria. Now I bring to the ITU, let me say this as a brief on our safety and environment. Please, whosoever I invite to this glorious place, should please come through my left-hand side. I will not want people to go through this place because of some other things that are here. So I want us to, with a clap ovation for our national chairman, I want us to bring to the podium here, Engineer Dr. Noreen Adegboyega, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers, fellow Nigerian Institution of Engineering. Please come to the end. Let's keep laughing while you reach the citizen. The reason why we are here, we are beginning to be. Thank you very much, sir. I want to quickly recognize all our past chairmen that are here and taking our dear past chairman as the contact to every other vice past chairman that being in Nigerian Institution and Environmental Engineers. And that is all that person that engineer Odukoya. You are welcome, sir. Thank you very much. Well, going straight to the actions that we have this morning, I want to also recognize the presence of all our fellows that are here. Please, all fellows, can you please wave your hand? I don't have the power to take you off standing. You are all welcome. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. Thank you. I want to bring a panelist speaker to the item. We have their list in the brochure. So the first person I will bring up is Engineer Oladika Abdurrahman Badmus. Is the guest speaker for the day. Please come to the item. You see them? Oh, while we are waiting for it, let's go to the list of the panelists. We have their short citations on the page of the panelists. That's the 19. So we have Abdiaman Amadu A. Ahauma. He's the first member of the panelist team. Is he around? Okay, please come to the item here. Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. We can do better. We are just like, you know how to repeat things. Please come to the item. Why Dr. Additional Sibling or Jesoni follows immediately. Welcome. Let's give them this round of applause to show our love for them, so that we are for them. Yes. Why I also bring forward Dr. Kolawole at the Salon, please come to the item. Our fourth panelist is Dr. Isa Olarika. I think you'll be joining us virtually. So we are welcome to the commencement of today's program. So let me quickly recognize a few number of people why I already have the people on the item. We have the National Expo of the Nigerian Institute of Environmental Engineers here from the DP, the Deputy National Chairman, Engineer KAAF, we make it COB, FNSC, FNIEE is here. You all observe. We have Engineer Mrs. O and Abuola, FNSC, FNIEE. We have Engineer Mrs. I.A. Lawa, FNSC, FNIEE. Engineer Mrs. Abiola Otibuni, FNSC, FNSCE. Engineer O.M. Odoguro, FNSC, FNIEE. We have Engineer Dr. Antada Adekle Otiani, FNSC, FNIE. We have Engineer Dr. Mumita Ibrahim, FNSC, FNIE. And also we have the following: Engineer A.M. MNSC, FNIE. We have Engineer Mustafa Mufta, MNSC, FNIE. We have Engineer Professor L.J. Ayalamu Nuro, FNSC. We have Engineer Tech Anegi Simio, FNIE, and Engineer Dr. Chibogi Useku, FNIE. And also we have the official Engineer Peter Bolawi, MNSC. While we still have our immediate past chairman, Engineer S.N. Odukoya, FNSC, FNIE. Why we go forward from here to the welcome address by our national chairman, NIEE, Engineer Dr. Nuri Adiboiga Opuyemi, FNSC, FNIE. Thank you, sir.
The President, Nigeria Society of Engineers, Engineer Mrs. Margaret Aino Mutada, past President, Nigeria Institute of Environmental Engineers, my immediate past chairman, Nigerian Institute of Environmental Engineers, Engineer Cecil Moses Odukoya, FNSC, FNIE. All chairmen of all that chairmen, the Nigerian Institute of Environmental Engineers that are here, all the executive members, the national executive members of the Nigerian Institute of Environmental Engineers, all fellow members of these great institutions, all friends of environment institutions, our guest speakers, panelists, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to this year's National Conference and Annual General Meeting of the Nigerian Institute of Environmental Engineers. I particularly thank the University of Ibadan for hosting us and for their continued partnership with professional bodies in Nigeria in advancing education, research, and practical solutions to our nation's environmental challenges. Today, we gather under an urgent and hopeful banner: blue economy, green practices, engineering for environmental integrity. This theme captures a powerful truth: the future of our nation's prosperity and the health of our environment, and the responsibility to secure both rests substantially
with engineers, planners, policymakers, and community working together. Our sea, rivers, wetlands, and coastal zones are vital national assets. They supply food and livelihood, moderate climates, enable transport and trade, and house tremendous biodiversity. When managed sustainably, this aquatic and marine system form the backbone of the blue economy, a model of growth that concerns ecosystem services while generating jobs, wealth, and resilience. Simultaneously, terrestrial systems, forest soils, cities, and farmlands must be managed through green practices that reduce pollution, limit resource depletion, and build adaptive capacity to climate change. In short, environmental integrity is achieved when blue and green strategies are integrated and engineered for sustainability. Engineering by destination, apply problem solving. Environmental engineering translates science into infrastructure, policy and practical interventions that protect public health, restore ecosystems, and enable productive economy. From designing low carbon ports and waste to energy system to restoring mangrove buffers and improving urban water management, engineers shape a pathway to sustainable development. We are uniquely positioned to bring together multidisciplinary teams, rigorous analysis, and system thinking. But technical expertise alone is not enough. We must also practice with ethics, community engagement, inclusive planning, and a persistent focus on long-term resilience. Nigeria faces several concurrent environmental and environmental challenges: coastal erosion and wetland loss, pollution of rivers and aquifers, unmanaged marine and terrestrial waste, overfishing and biodiversity loss, and the pressure of rapid urbanization. Climate change intensify many of these threats through sea level rise, erratic rainfall, and extreme weather events. The natural constraint, institutional fragmentation, and gaps in enforcement further complicates implementation. These are not excuses, they are factors that must be shape how we design solutions that are cost effective, scalable, and socially equitable by our institution and partner. The following strategic priorities: 1. Integrated coastal and water engineering. Treat coast estuaries and upstream water sets as connected systems. Invest in nature-based solutions, mangrove restoration, wetland rehabilitation, and engineering living shorelines alongside selective hard infrastructure where necessary. 2. Sustainable ports and marine infrastructure. Design port expansions and power facilities in energy efficient to minimize dirty impacts and to improve access for waste reception and treatment to prevent marine pollution. Blue-green urban planning incorporates urban wetlands, palliative services, and green corridor in city design to manage stormwater, which reduce flood risk and improve urban livelihood. 4. Circular economy and waste valorization. Move from waste disposal to resource recovery. Promote engineering systems that convert municipal, industrial, and fishing waste into energy, compost, and recycled material. This creates jobs while reducing pollution. 5. Sustainable fisheries and aquaculture engineering. This supports their development, habitat restoration, and aquaculture system. Growing demand. Number 6, monitoring data and digital tools. This strengthens environmental monitoring efforts, remote sensing, and data platform to support evidence-based engineering decision and transparent public reporting. Number 7, capacity building and local innovation. This invests in training for engineers, technicians, and community stakeholders. Encourage homegrown technologies that are affordable and maintainable in local context. Number 8, policy engagement and interdisciplinary collaboration. engineer must be proactively informed policy, working with economists, ecologists, legal experts, and communities to ensure regulation and incentives aligned with engineering best practice. To share more insight into today's topic, we have a versatile engineer with years of experience in the engineering field and project management, Engineer Olalekan Abdulrahman Badmus, the Executive Director, Marine and Operation at the Nigerian Auditorium. We also have 4 panelists who also throw light in this discussion. They are Dr. Olawale, Dr. Olalekan Isaide, Engineer Amon Halen Mahaulan, and Dr. Abisola Ojesimi. No single actor can deliver the transformation with ambition. I therefore call on government agencies, private sectors, investors, academia, development partners, and community leaders to join us in the partnership for action. To the students and young engineers here today, our creativity, technical skill, and ethical commitment will drive this transformation. Engage boldly. To policymakers, welcome our expertise, include engineers, early in project design, and prioritize long-term environmental integrity over short-term gains. To industry, invest in green technologies, transparent impact assessments, and community benefit sharing. Imagine a Nigeria where our coastal communities are buffered by restored mangroves and resilient shorelines, where our ports are efficient and clean, where our city absorbs stormwater with green corridor and produce energy from waste, where fishery and productive because habitats are healthy and where the economy creates greater jobs for millions while preserving our natural heritage. That future is within reach. It's one commitment while engineering good governance and partnership. On this note, I would like to highlight several milestones achieved during the year under my leadership. We were able to acquire an institutional venue granted in emblem of NIEE at 2024 Father's Memorial Lecture. And we also unveiled the NIEE National Secretariat and the Environmental Engineering Technology Sector earlier this year. I want to inform you that we will be having electoral process here today for the selection of new national executive members who will steer the affairs of the institution to greater heights. I sincerely ask you come to work with them to achieve the best of the results. I also want to thank my immediate past chairman, Engineer Auditorium, FNIE, for his 100% support in this administration. Anywhere I go, any place where I am invited, he will follow me. He has helped me a lot. Thank you very much, my Oga Engineer Auditorium. I also want to thank all my executive members for their support and their giving me the backbone to go ahead. And the result is what we are seeing today. I also want to thank my director in the Office of Daily Services, Engineer Adedapo Kanijo. In fact, he's a very, I cannot even describe him because he has supported me a lot. He has done everything to me. Anytime I'm going for conference or I'm going for anything that has to do in environment engineering, he will let me go. He has done well for me. Thank you, sir, my directors. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless your family. I also want to thank all my fellows, the students, athletes of this institution, for also their support. I want to thank all the environment family, everybody that is here today, because history is being made today. In closing, let this AGM and conference be more than a meeting. Let's be the grounds for practical initiative that show what engineering for environmental integrity can achieve. The thing we also did is an invitation to collaborate, to innovate, collaborate, and to build. I pledge on behalf of the National Environmental Engineer to this professionalism integrity, and determination. I invite you to work with us to together deliver sustainable, inclusive, and desired solutions for our nation. Thank you all, and God bless you. God bless Nigeria. God bless your state. God bless the federal Republic of Nigeria. If I continue to do that today, he has helped us. Thank you for standing. Giving that standing ovation is something that was trying to do more. Yes, thank you very much. We may be seated. Well, when the national chairman was speaking, a lot of things were going on with him. I said, can you achieve all this without a chapter chairman? Can we see all the chapter chairmen on their feet? We want to recognize the president. Oh, thank you very much. I have few names from some of you. I will give you the recognition that I have the names here. I have Engineer Chipanchi Obikili, Abuja Chairman. You're welcome. I have Engineer Asis Aguru, Lagos Chairman. You're welcome. I have Engineer Aguru, Olaira, Velocity Chapter Chairman. What of the other chairman? This you can vote. Please get me the list so that I can be able to recognize them as we continue. Thank you very much. Please, if you are the representative of the president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, you can please let us know that you are here. Thank you very much as we do that. Well, is our guest speaker around now? Okay. We should go into the panelists now. Hello? So the panelists now. Well, who is moderating for them? Is it the chairman? Please listen for this meeting values. Look what that say. Let's see. Take it straight. FNIE, FNSC, as a chairman, they want to thank you very much. Well, we have a host. Somebody is hosting us here in your seats. I want to bring on this podium our own chairman. I'm from Wednesday, so for your information. Our own chairman, Engineer KAAF Olaida, this FNIE, this come forward to tell us you welcome us to Ibadan. Let's give him a round of applause. It's the reason why we have this wonderful place. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We welcome our elders in the house. For those of us that have come from Abuja, Lagos, Asaba, and all other places, we thank God Almighty who has given us the grace. You are all welcome to this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You can see the very short, really welcome. Thank you for coming. Thank you. You are all welcome to Ibadan. And you know, coincidentally, the NSC conference is also holding here in Ibadan, starting from Monday. And there are a lot of preparation already ongoing. So you are in for a wonderful time during this AGM and conference. I want to take few good messages from some of our past chairmen, some of our highly referred fellows. Let me give about three rules for good messages. I want to, please you can raise up your hand if you are giving us good message. Oh, I see one of our fellows there from Oyo State Champion. Yeah, and they were welcome, sir. I call you our low. It's always good when you call people by name. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Please can you pass that mic to my high chief there? You will introduce himself. Sorry, I didn't have the list here. So please introduce yourself while you share the message.
My disciples, international, very caring, very professional, personal touch, touching person talk. I recognize you, thank you. On that protocol, I stand on the ones already established. I'm Engineer Chief, Christopher Chukwuemeka, fellow NSC, fellow of the University of the Northern Kenya, fellow Nigerian Stock Movement, fellow Federal University of Petroleum Resources, Center for Sustainable Development, in Nigeria. I want to thank the chairman for, would I go ahead and give you good message? They're going to introduce themselves.
This was
So I am honored to be here. But only last year in Abuja, I met the chief man. I told him I am supposed to be a fellow of this society, of this institution. Because all through my career, I was in global design, making sure the environment, everything of Nigeria in the 80s and early 90s. We are in order. And then to back up to the United States University of works on fiscal planning. The girls are same thing. Then to Ottawa, same thing. Then finally to my California University of Agriculture BDA, where we Professor Oido we studied the environmental bosoms every year from 2005, planting trees every July. And so when I retired, the hard work in the society, I was determined to contribute to the tree planting, sustainability, and with the green energy revolution. So I told myself, I want to try something. And I told him this story. And he gave me a receipt for a form for fellowship. He will put it to another. Not quite long. He said, let's be there. And this is myself here. Maybe something happened. Secondly, environmental sustainability and green energy is vital for us to move this country forward. It is not only the model of blue economy, it is also the father of many more things to come in future in governmental society sustainability. But there's nothing you can do without being development. But our alien mistake is to think that man is the center of the whole thing, and therefore, and do as like. That recklessness has led us the cry of Mother Earth. And so I founded the foundation, God said the foundation, in the Nigerian Re-Energy Foundation, to tackle all this, which is also aligned with the institutions, vision, and motto. And therefore, every person that would have come here, come here to listen to the experts. And thank God for the first who have traveled here and there to be here for God's sake joining the city. And I thank the Oyo State branch for a very short program address. My own will not be longer than his own. Therefore, I thank you. I join him in what you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Please, I will start from as our chairman to give a short goodwill message. Please.
And Francis Itafo was on the time the national chairman and I'm ready for the landmark strides was achieved.
Tell you what a cloud like that. Let's do this.
And for his community. But not carry that brand, national chairman, working everywhere. They support people. I love your leadership style. To be a leader that anybody can come to. Thank you for community and for the achievements we made. And for recognizing that you work as a team and people drive you to succeed. Congratulations, sir.
So really proud to be attributed to you. To add more word of say.
Morning, everyone, and welcome. I will introduce myself as and I will show back. That conference. And I want to appreciate everyone here, the elders, the panelists, even though the panelists is gender insensitive. We'll let that slide for now. I want to appreciate my colleagues, the chairman in our midst. And especially I want to talk about the NIGERIan. Since I became the chairman of Abuja chapter of this institution, I'll borrow from what Francis said. It doesn't carry, the national chairman's name is as humble as anybody can be. People know what it is. All my programs, I like people that work as a team, and I try to encourage everyone of us. We are not all in the same pedestal or line. But we can learn one or two from each and every one of us. And I've never been as committed as I have been. When I saw the synergy, or when I see the synergy between engineering and the WIGA and our IPC engineering checksum, and you see it's as seamless as anything. Wherever you go, wherever each one is, you see the other. And we have seen the fruitful synergy of that union. In Abuja chapter, any moment, anytime, be it 2 a.m., 1 a.m., and I ask or seek for information from both of them, it's always, okay, madam, this is the way it should be, this is no support, we do this, we do that. So I'm more encouraged, and I want to throw that and encourage each and every one of us, especially the chapter chairman. Let's work together in synergy. Let's work together in the environment. Environment has got a whole lot, but you can't do it singly. You can't do it alone. You need all of us to work collectively. And I want to appreciate engineer chief. If I am not mistaken, Chukura, sorry, sir. Sorry for the mix-up. I would want to speak with you later on what you're doing with your what you introduce onto your NGO. These are the things that we need to do together. You know, we need to forge ahead in the blue economy. I'm not someone who was asking me a place. I'm not very conversant with the blue economy, but we can learn a whole lot from that. Because water, the pollution in water, when you see the World Environment Day theme for 2023 and 2025, there's a problem with the water bodies. And that's why it's being repeated. If we can form a significant synergy to think of something to do to our water bodies so that we can move on. Engineer Nureni Adeboyega, FNSC, I'm congratulating you especially today for your long strides. You will not be consumed with us.
This SUV EKY 25780 this I think to be very good. The whole is recent. Probably somebody touched it and is already giving signs so that the battery will not be run down. Thank you very much. So let's quickly go to the Caesar various chapters and chairman.
Thank you very much. For me, I'll say a big congratulations to Engineer Nureni Ogunyemi, FNSC, FNIEE. And I say this because it's not when a leader is leaving the stage and is, he has done a lot to expand his reach beyond, what he meant. I think that leader deserves a round of applause. And I said that because from working with Engineer Nureni, soft cooking, calm, humility, just as mentioned by Engineer Richard earlier. But one thing is key, the vision. That goal, we go achieve. So, and I said that because I know quite a lot have been achieved working with him, and one out of several that I can mention is having a secretariat. NIEE secretariat in Lagos, we come down to anything like this. We've had different programs here, there, and since he mentioned it, and bringing it to fruition, is one thing for a leader to say we are going here. And it's another thing for the leader to actually be leading from the front. Okay, so again, I say thank you for leading from the front. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Without much ado, we want to go into the panelist session because our guest speaker is still on his way, and we don't want to delay the enjoyment fair that we are already having now. So I bring on Engineer Dr. Mutada Adekunle as the moderator for the panelist session. Please come forward. Thank you very much. The people I'm waiting for your comment. I think we have the message of the extra. He was on his way. He said he was sent by the Employment Minister of the Economy. We will get him somewhere. You are placing that, sir. Yes. And I'm all.
Okay.
Message should be this way.
The national chairman represents members the secretary of our great institution. We want to replace the very mondial it's a director of the authority. As the minister tells me, because my events and not anything that it's not backed up consequently. You should go there and think that. So, this is how I understand. When there's a directive and there's another capital directive, you must be to the last, the more individual. So that you are pleased to know that It sorry will not be able to make it because it's an event, but we send the presentation and pay back to us for us to have to fill up this. Then also happen to pass on Nigeria and to pass the that you want to even your conference in Lagos in Ibadan, you should come to the office at MP. They want to go through for the meeting. Thank you very much. Don't be angry, it's fine. So then well, don't think that no thank donation. So after this, it will come in. So I can conclude on it. So I'll come and announce the notion. So I know that it's fair because I will bring it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite my Oga, the Professor Wasi from Ghana, to join me as part of the project of that is the. But let me start with the profile of the program. We have the panelists, and we are short profiles, just as one of 100 or 7. I'll start with Ahoma is a maintenance area and Pacific Energy Limited. Ahoma is a maintenance area and Pacific Energy Company where it specializes in gas turbine operations, reliability, and performance optimization. The background in mechanical engineering and hands-on experience in power generation, he is committed to driving innovation within the Nigerian energy sector. He is a renewable energy enthusiast with growing focus on sustainable solutions, power technologies, and Nigeria's transition to cleaner energy pathways. He brings a blend of technical expertise, leadership, and forward-thinking enthusiasm to discussions on renewable energy and the future of power in Africa. He is recognized for his excellent leadership and commitment to excellence. Fortunately, I was great. While I was major, I did university. Now, that is how we see that. Yes. The second percent, the 4% was here in many of the presently in the US, and we are doing also online, studying online. Dr. Isa, Dr. Elia, at least for last year, listening. Elia, a short doctor, or listening, is an accomplished agency consultant with over 17 years of expertise in environmental awareness, regulatory compliance, and sustainability leadership. His PhD research focused on university areas issues in balanced model and ecological risk to marine environment. Dr. Resemi has pioneered constantly environmental innovations, including artificial seawater for produced water assessment and the regulatory interface management plan, with significantly reduced compliance exposure and influenced regulatory policy. A fellow of the Nigerian Environmental Society, he is widely recognized for advancing sustainable practices and strengthening environmental stewardship in Nigeria oil and gas sector. And if you are an academic and you have applied to be a sabbatical at Shell, you will at Shell for more than about 50 years. You will be kind of receiving, this is what I rejected your sabbatical. The bank I don't really know, and next is our own associate professor, Dr. Kwanawoli and Sarolele. Dr. Olorede is a cement and concrete expert. He holds a PhD in civil and environmental engineering with a particular interest in materials and structures. Over the years, he has been using technologies to produce high-performance cement-based products for affordable housing and sustainable construction in sub-Saharan Africa. He pioneered the use of cassava ash as a supplementary cementitious material for which he won the first Chairman African Innovation Incentive Award. That is total about, is it 1 billion? He's a fellow of several bodies, he's a fellow of the Federal of Nigerians. He was the past chairman of the Federal of Nigerians, African branch. He's registered in Orange. He pioneered Society of Cement and Concrete Researchers in Nigeria. He's the president of the Society of Concrete Researchers in Nigeria. He's a member of RINE. He has over 7 publications on carbon materials and has presented keynote speeches at different forums. So he is a low carbon material expert to lead the United Nations Development on European Union, ACP, EU ACP. The first time I entered flight in my life was what has culture meeting, 2 weeks grants. That's the very first. So in the answering question and the head of Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, University of Lagos. I began to Dr. Kolawole Adisa, I interestingly have from Ibadan International University, Uganda, as a technical aid for development master. And the last slide is here. We have Dr. Isa Olanika Elegbede. Sorry, sir. He's online from the United States of America. He's a distinguished environmental scientist specializing in marine and fisheries sustainability. Currently serving as the lecturer in the Department of Fisheries, Lagos State University, Nigeria. He has held academic positions as Brandenburg University of Technology in Italy, Loyola Marymount University in the United States. His research focuses on climate risk, food economy, and ecosystem restoration. Dr. Elegbede has collaborated with specific organizations such as IUCN and the Ocean Enterprise Initiative. He has over 100 publications and has been cited over 1,500 times. His work has in numerous accolades, including 2024 World Honorary Award from the University of Texas at Austin. Dr. Elegbede is a fellow of Future Arts Course and serves on several international communities. Scientific committees. You're welcome, Dr. Isa Olanika Elegbede. And those are the 4 items. I would like to invite Dr. Professor Adami for the question starting from the.
Thank you very much. My chairman, other experts, and dignitaries, fellows, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be seated among several environmental professionals who are here to interact on the theme of this year's conference, and of course, to add values for our understanding as far as our environment is concerned. When we talk about environmental engineering, we used to speak on green. But then today, we are adding touch on blue to it, blue economy, and then the green aspect of it. So they are all here, and we are listening to their profile. Very, very, very interesting. And then we look forward to a very robust discussion here today. So as instructed by panelist coordinator, so I'm taking on engineer Dr. Adisa first. And then the question before me here is that how can environmental and engineering innovations be harnessed to develop resilient coastal infrastructure that safeguards Nigerian shorelines while supporting sustainable maritime and economic activities? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the invitation to be part of this event. I recognize our accomplished national chairman and also the immediate national chairman, whom I know very well. And I know Nigerian Institution of Environmental Engineers has been a very, very interesting institution. Unfortunately, I'm yet to be a member of the institution. So that's why the fact that as far as NSC and some other institutions is concerned, I'm very, very active and also participating in most of the activities. But I wanted to be a member when Engineer Ajani was there because we are giving him all the necessary support. Though I'm not an official member, but we know what we have been doing for the institution behind the scene. So I am privileged to be here today. I'm not a blue economist, I'm not a green economist. But we know that whoever will be an engineer, because when you talk about the blue and we talk about green, they are also interchangeably used. As a concrete expert, we talk about green concrete. Now we are even talking about blue cement. So now, as a result of that, we know that there is no way you want to exist or you want to call yourself a professional engineer and then you will not have anything to do with the environment. Environment first, any other thing follows. So as a result of that, as far as the coastal environment is concerned in Nigeria, before we can be thinking about innovation, the first thing we need to first and foremost identify what are the challenges we have in this coastal environment. And Nigeria happens to be one of the countries that has the longest coastal environment. And if you look at it, maybe from Lagos through all those roads, Port Harcourt, all those areas, it's a very long coastal environment. And now maybe that's one of the reasons why the government, in their own wisdom, that they want to build a concrete road along the coastal region to be able to at least to really improve the economy along that environment. And because we know that any region where you have coastal or Gulf ocean, then you have resources, huge resources. But the coastal region in Nigeria is bedeviled with three major things. The first is about erosion and flood. And for those people who live very close to Ida or who are very conversant with most of this environment, we know when there is overflow of the sea, there will always be disaster. There will always be challenges. These are challenges, and then they are there already. And then also, as a result of unprofessional activities that people are engaging in the coastal environment, they are not really helping the situation in any way. Continue to mine all the resources uncontrollably. And creating an environment that will become more vulnerable to people who are living in such environments. So having identified that we have a lot of challenges, and then also another major challenge that we also have around the coastal environment is the ingress and then expansion of the seawater, which is the salt water. And you will understand why we always have a pollution, challenges of infrastructure along this environment is because of the seawater. And we know that seawater has a very high concentration of salts. Concentration of salt is a very detrimental resource, a very detrimental substance to anything that has to do with concrete, even any material, even if it is steel. Concrete seems to be the only material that's tolerable to sea water or salt water. Even at that, there will always be pollution. And once we have this, then the resources we continue to use resources to build the structure on the small time, the durability is not there. You want to put another thing. And this is one of the reasons why we always want to call government to call their attention to the issue of these coastal routes they are building. If they don't take into consideration the effects of the seawater, the effect of the salt water around this environment, in no small time, we find out that most of these roads will give you, and then it becomes another national disaster in terms of wastage of our natural resources. So these are some of the challenges. And we cannot continue to look at this as if we are not care, we don't care. And these are professionals. We are the professionals that we must find a way of doing this. I'm looking at the solution from two perspectives. You look at because whatever solution we want to bring in again must also be a solution that also not contributes to the environment adversely. Because there are a lot of innovation people are putting in because they just want to solve immediate problem and then it creates another problem in the future. So we have to really look at the life cycle analysis of whatever solution, whatever innovation we are bringing in here. And there is no solution that will be better than having a natural solution. And one of such is we must find a way of rejuvenate what we call the mangrove forest along our coastal shoreline. And also it has potential to sequestrate what we call the carbon dioxide. You know, carbon dioxide is the major source of and then the more of carbon dioxide we have that is accumulated in the environment or in the atmosphere, the more damages it is going to cause. It's called the depletion of ocean layer, and then we also what we call the global warming. So with the planting and growing of mangrove forests, we have the opportunity to arrest, to capture carbon dioxide. And the more the carbon dioxide you are able to capture from the atmosphere, the more in the good environment we are going to have. Because our sea, our ocean that we consider as a blue environment, it is not blue environment as we have now. It's a brown environment. And if we continue the way we are doing, we will never, whatever name we call it, you can call it blue economy, call it anything, but we know it is not blue. And our activities must find a way of turning it blue. Turning it blue means that we want to make it natural, so that it will not become something that is devastating. Then another aspect of it is that what type of structures are we putting along this? Structure that is not resilient, structure that is not sustainable will not be useful in this environment. This is where we need a very good collaboration with the people in the academia. There is need to do a lot of studies to understand the type of material that will be able to provide the resilience of infrastructure that we need along this coastal region. We cannot just continue to build as if we don't have the intellectuals in the country. The environmentalists, the engineers are in the country. We must find a way of collaborating together to develop materials that is environmentally friendly, sustainable, and also provide infrastructure that is also resilient. And there are a lot of materials today that we can always use that are very good in such a way that at least you have some material that has potential to resist any impact of fluoride effects. This type of material will also be used to develop the infrastructure along the coastal line, so that when we have such, we have limited amount of money we will be spending on maintenance or repair. So if you have structures that can last, that is resilient, then you put resources in it, and then you not continue to put resources into this. I think with this, and then another major important thing is, like I mentioned earlier, is to really carry out what we call the life cycle analysis of this environment. What data do we have? Today we are in the world of data. Without data, there is nothing we can do. Without really understanding the problem, because if you can only put solution into any challenges, if you understand the problem in that challenge, where is the challenges along this coastal line documented now? Yes, people are always saying it, yes. Things that are peculiar to Nigerian coastal line. Do we have documents about it? Do you have the resources? Do we have the data that can really give you an understanding to know what is happening? Because it's when you have data, you can use machine learning, AI techniques, so that you'll be able to put some sensors there that will give you that will alert whenever there will be any disasters in this environment. These are smart infrastructure that we can put around this. And this cannot be there if there are no data. So we are talking about innovation. Innovation cannot come unless we have robust data that we can always make use of. And this data will help us to allow us ahead if there are any challenges, so that we can always come and do the innovation or do the repair, so that we have what we call the resilient infrastructures and face and save the scarce resources that we have just spent unnecessarily. I think we can always do that. Thank you very much.
I'll go to next page. I'll go to Dr. Isabel. Dr. Isabel. Dr. Isabel, I have a question for you on maritime practical excellence. We have the International Maritime Organization of gas rocket strategies. We have that. Then the global decarbonization targets internationally. And what practical steps can Nigeria take to transition to
complex, for example. Let me see. But it's not showing anything. Yes, for example, these vessels, these things, so very good babies we can tap into. While we also progress other energy sources around alternative energy sources, hydrogen, ammonia, and generally all of our energy forms. Yes, you have identified problem for us. Then, how can Nigerians cross the maritime logistics system? Whatever has so, digitalization is the way, to be honest. Our numbers are pretty very static. And of complex, for example, you do anywhere between 11 of us, from the master to the DSS to NAFTA to, across all government agencies. An average cost time, carbon handling time, somewhere around 21.6 days, compared to the likes of Apple, that was 23 months. If we benefit productivity time,
Recording in progress.
somewhere around 12 handles per hour. In places like Singapore, what has those notions? We're doing about 40. And so that begs the question, how do we accelerate this manual paperwork?
Hello? 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 Hello?
that is sufficient for, renewable activities, renewable potentials. Now, looking into the way for starters, I'm from the Ibadan area, and I visited areas like Brass, Bonny Island, the Ondo, yeah, even Lagos State. We have our coastal areas of offshore there, and we have a mean annual wave density of about close to 30 kilowatts per liter from the Bonny Island. Although when it comes to our wind energy, it's actually undermarked in Nigeria, due to certain factors that are new to us. And I believe when it comes to reality checks, disability studies, the first thing on the line is mapping, as Dr. Kolawole rightly said, because data is very important. Negating the fact that we already know that our offshore capacity or potential is sufficient for renewable energy harnessing. We desperately now need to look at the visibility studies. And first on the line is acquiring data, because basically, if you know what to do and you do not know how to do it, how to get it done, you are at a loss. So, mapping, number one, we can do this through, we have boys, what do you call it? High resolution, net vision, mapping. This can be done through this taking into consideration what's happened in 2013 from Magen's operation, when they started their harnessing their wave potential in Scotland. We see evidences of the processes that they went through the visibility studies, and despite the fact that proper mapping and agricultural planning was carried out, they still face significant shortfalls during the execution of the projects. So basically, you cannot negate the fact that there is a line between paperwork or studies and implementation, because we who are field engineers, we know that most times what we have on paper might not be exactly how we meet it on the field. Due to the fact that we have unforeseen, consequences and conditions that were not necessarily catered for during the process of data acquisition. But at least it goes a long way to reduce the risk to levels that are reasonably practical. So that's why mapping is, should be first on the list. And in line with the data, the process of data acquisition, we have seabed studies, because we have both our coastal line and our deep waters. They are sufficient for wind energy deployment. On our close to the coastal line, we can access wind energy materials in line with fixed wind resources, as we have it in most Western world. This is a field that we have not really gone into. It's a new field basically for the Nigerian energy generation. And on deeper waters, we can work with floating wind and resources, wind turbines, right? So in the process of doing this, there is need for seabed studies. because not every our offshore experts will this not every seaway is conducive for state fixed wind turbines, and even when it comes to deep waters, you have the wave currents, seasonal peaks and troughs, just like we have, I told you guys, as mentioned earlier, we have an annual wave density of about 30 kilowatts per meter. And seasonally, this spikes or reduces as the case may be, and it can spike up to about 50 kilowatts per meter. And so this needs to be taken into consideration even before we begin to venture into deploying any pilot project that the case may be. So seabed surveys very important. Very similar or very similar. This is also of utmost importance because the length of the water body must be adequately measured, whether or not you are thinking of looking into the floating wind turbine or fixed wind turbine. The depth must be adequately, studied to ensure that areas that are of good or as are less than history. Then another important disruptive study is grid impact. Our onshore grid, we have various lapses in the onshore grid. But that's why the fact that we have about 14 gigawatts installed capacity on our onshore grid. That is largely underdeveloped, because just about 9 gigawatts, which is 9,000 megawatts, is actually employable at this point in time. So there is need for the enforcement of our onshore grid system. Aside from the fact that there is also the possibility of hybrid microgrids, that can come in handy to ensure adequate decentralization of the grid system, and during the pilot projects to ensure adequate conveying of the electricity generated to various coastal areas and industrial areas alike. So I think that's fine.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, during that discussion, like you are giving us lectures on how to go about it. You've been able to tell us about the potentials that we have and the method of assessment and all that. But in the course of your presentations, you are actually hammering on the difference between theory and practical. So as someone that is on field, and then as Nigeria, but I know some of these things that you use, some of them are practically adapted, not naturally intelligent. So in our own Nigerian context, what is the engineering innovation I think we need to deploy to develop this sustainable energy?
Well, as I rightly said, our grid is source of the list, aside from our mapping analysis. Also, we need to sort out areas like logistics, and security assessment. These are that area, so our importance when it comes to over 2 decades of work or exploitation of that area, they have not still gotten to a point of bliss or equilibrium. You understand? So there is still a lot to do in that area, and for us, business, typically we will need the help of foreign experts. Because in the process of asking the aid or seeking the aid of foreign experts, there is a need for local-based experts who are also who can also collaborate hand in hand with those foreign experts who understand the nitty-gritty of the developmental process. Because if you would now when we look at sustainability, we look at the long term, right? If we fail to do that, then it is going to have an adverse effect on our ORM, that's our operation and maintenance. Because these systems, from time to time, they will need proper maintenance and operational assistance. Despite the fact that it is of utmost importance, I would also like to make mention that it's of utmost important that during the initial deployment of these projects, we should, in the design, there is a need to factor in low O&M, because these are offshore facilities. It's not like our onshore facilities are gas turbines, and they like both single cycle and combined cycle. It's not like that. Aside from the fact that for instance, the wind energy is being submerged. The wind turbines are wind turbines are being submerged, and maintenance on such kind of facilities will incur extra costs. And aside from that, the transportation to and fro some facilities, all these things add costs to maintenance and operation. And so it is important that during the design, the initial design, it must be designed for low supervision, as much as it can be. And maybe make what do you call it, concessions for things like offshore monitoring, onshore monitoring rather, and remote diagnosis. So when it comes to our pilot work or pilot project, I want to stand on the fact that Nigerians or local technicians must be actively involved. It's not only reducing our O&M cost on the long run, it's also providing more employment opportunities and skilled workers, for the country, and also in long run is building our need.
Yes, I hope Pacific Energy is doing that.
Definitely. It came to my mind because initially from the inception of KCN, when KCN was in charge of Olun Sugar Power Plants, as well as that of Modesto, the Chinese were the ones in charge. This different energy company, they were the ones solely in charge of operations. And we had local engineers and technicians on ground, but they were not allowed to do anything regarding maintenance. But at some point, we saw it as a slap on our face, and then we took the move by the home. And as of present, I can tell you, this is why I didn't come yesterday, was because we are carrying out a contract pass inspection currently on one of our units, because we're on outage currently. And so the Nigerian technicians and engineers have totally taken over that space. The one came from China just there for annual supervision. There are about 50 personnel on ground as of a decade ago. about 10 years ago, but currently we only have about 7 in our plan. So gradually we are taking over that space. Gradually we are understanding the utility of those machines and how to effectively care for them without the need of foreign supplies. And this is actually adding significant value to the work we are doing. So this is what it is. Now imagine the one end, just one Chinese expert, his salary alone is salary of about 30 technicians put together. Yes, if they are paying in dollars, so 10 people together, that's aside allowances, price fares, and the likes. So these things are going to greatly do that, but that's why I am emphasizing on it, because we have to on one goal, there must be that resilience or that desire to ensure that these things, the maintenance of these things are realized. So what is happening in Zango Dam, the one in I think Niger State also, they have handed that dam categorically over to the Chinese, and it's not going to do us good on the long run. We are the main focus of engineering is to maximize efficiency and minimize cost, right? But this is not the focus, and so if we must try to make giant strides in the area of offshore renewable energy, that should be our focus.
Thank you very much. I don't know, Dr. Kennedy. I don't know.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? We can hear you. Very
Yeah,
clear.
great.
Dr. Kennedy, I will be asking you questions for sustainable fisheries and aquaculture.
Okay.
Yeah. The first question I have for you here is what are the specific reforms or institutional frameworks are needed in Nigeria to ensure fishery and agricultural practices are not only profitable, but also ecologically sustainable and socially inclusive.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much, the moderator. Yeah. Can you hear me clearly? Yeah. Thank you so much, moderator. So it's an honor to be here today. Hello? Can I continue? Hello? Hello, can I continue? Hello? Can I continue? Can I continue? Hello? Hello? Sorry, can I go ahead? Hello? So it's an honor to be here today. Okay. And I want to thank the organizers for this event, and firstly, from the topic you had, talking about policy reform for institutions in Nigeria, for example, I want to appreciate the federal government. Recently, the federal government just approved a 10-year policy plan for fisheries. And not only fisheries, but blue economy. Because we have been working on blue economy as a topic and as a research field for more than a decade. But because of the awareness of the government, we are happy that it is getting a lot of attention. And it's an interdisciplinary field that requires that everybody come on board and find all possibilities to make impact and use as a strategy to solve problem and assist Nigeria as a country. So basically,
Fisheries is not only the only arm of blue economy. There are more than 10 or 15 different bodies of blue economy. But fisheries as a whole, because everybody must eat, everybody must survive, and that is why fisheries and aquaculture is one of the key aspects of blue economy. God, in His infinite mercy, has created a lot of resources for us in the ocean. And with this, we all need to see how we can harness these resources properly. And if you want fisheries and aquaculture to be profitable, we must always consider governance first, which means we must try all ways to bring modern laws, that are strong for enforcement and are also inclusive for community to be involved. Now, for example, now our fisheries law is outdated. We are still working on the Sea Fisheries Act of 1992. And look at the year we are now. So we need all stakeholders and Nigeria to work on, especially the government, on how we can address today's challenges like the climate change, issues on coastal based management and traceability, to bring about modern laws that is going to assist us with this. Now, with the new reform, with the new policy plan that we have, fine, there are so many paperwork, but we need proper implementation and all inclusiveness from all stakeholders. And we must also find a way to fast track this um, message so that we can have an all inclusive law that will assist us. Imagine, for example, in Badagry, where we have so many encroachments of industrial trawlers encroaching in our inshore grounds, waters. And with this, the small scale fishers are having issues. So these are some of the issues that we need to ensure. Another thing is strengthening the institutions that we have around the blue economy. Like, for example, NIE is talking about blue economy. We should have all other stakeholders too working on blue economy. So there should be coordination of all these institutions that will be responsible for harmonizing resources and making solutions. We realize that some of these things are fragmented. For example, we have the Ministry of Blue Economy, we have NEOMA, we have NIFRI, we have all these authorities, even Navy, they are not working together. So we need to argue for coexistence with all these institutions so that we can have tangible solution. So another thing is the issue of social inclusion and equity. I can tell you that this policy, the new policy that the federal government just gave out, mentioned that it was designed based on all stakeholders. I can tell you that it is still a problem. We have seen how fisheries is being managed across the globe. We have seen how, hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Can you hear us?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. I can hear you.
You have mentioned some of the specific policy reforms. Let me ask you the second question. How can Nigeria effectively balance the increasing fish production through agriculture with protecting marine and inland biodiversity? So how can we prevent people fishing from our rivers, habitat, rivers, and pollution?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. So Nigeria can grow aquaculture and protect biodiversity at the same time. If we manage our water quality and treat our space, especially our habitat. Recently, we are still working on a World Fish Project to see how we can balance our remaining water body, because now the major aquaculture we have is land-based. we are working on a project to see how we can explore our coastal waters to produce food. So these are some of the things we can do. We can explore our coastal resources. Like my co-panelists mentioned issue about spatial planning and zoning. We need to identify some areas around our coastal waters, inland waters that we can use for aquaculture. And we'll be able to bring about caged and pond cultures. Another thing is environmental standard for aquaculture. Till now, there is no environmental standard for doing fisheries and aquaculture in Nigeria. I want NIE to take that responsibility up to work with the Ministry of Blue Economy and see how we can have environmental standards for aquaculture, because this will allow environmental management plan for this endeavor. And another thing is how to manage our fisheries, to have restriction in our nets that we use, and see how we can alternatively manage our livelihood. We should see how we can support fishers, the small scale fishers, and how they can come on board, because many of them, they are not getting fulfillment for the practice they do. You see a fisherman that has heritage or historical background or experience of fishing, because they cannot do fishing again. They are doing okada riding, they are doing korope riding, and they are doing a lot of things. So we should find a way to support them, to promote them, and support them with alternatives around capture fisheries and aquaculture. And with this, we can be able to see how all these things can advance, and we can see growth in the blue economy. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We'll have a very much for the very poor network. But then, in the course of your presentations, you were actually giving some very key recommendations to NIE. I want to encourage that it will be bad to put those together and send it forth to the NIE to follow up. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Let's appreciate him, please. I don't know whether it is coincident that was while he was giving presentation, you notice towards the end, the network just became stable, and I could correlate that to the presence of BOT chairman and then the past national chairman. Engineer Bolalowe and Engineer Ajayi. They brought the network. They are all us. Now, I want to go back to Engineer Olonode, is that we are glued together today. Whether you are me or Gary or whatever. So I have this question for you. Particularly, the one I want to answer, because of your first presentation, you actually covered some of those areas regarding innovative engineering solutions. Now, I want you to kind of combine it to this particular one. How can emerging technologies such as smart monitoring systems and green port designs be adapted to Nigeria's context to boost blue economic growth sustainably? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I mentioned some of these approaches in my first talk. And then the other question that I think I have here is about second challenge that we are having with the ocean or the coastal environment is about pollution. It's about pollution. I think presently Nigeria is considered to be the ninth largest polluter of ocean globally. And as a result of that, this is really affecting the or what we consider to be an economy. Because when there is ocean, what happens is that there are a lot of activities on the ocean. Activities in terms of tourism, in terms of fishing, and some other activities along this coastal environment. It is affected by that. And plastics happen to be a major polluter. And if you have what they call the plastic pollutants now, we have a huge quantity of plastic that are produced globally. Some studies show that about 200 million tons of plastics are produced, and Nigeria happens to be producing close to about 2 million tons of plastic annually that ends into the ocean. And then aside that, Lagos alone is contributing about 870,000 of these plastics of the ocean. And I can understand the reason why Lagos State is banning plastic now. But to what extent will Lagos State ban plastic? Because presently they are banning plastic, use of plastic, they are campaigning seriously against it. And they can really do without plastic. So maybe we can do without it if we are able to know what to do with it after we use it. Because it is not about using it, it's about what you do when you finish using it. So apart from plastic, we have our oil spillage, which is well acknowledged as one of the major challenges in terms of pollution in this environment. And then there are some other organisms that goes on our ocean, like sargassum. Sargassum is presently there seems not to be a good record of quantity of sargassum that is on the Nigerian coastal environment. But in the Caribbean and some other areas where they are very close to the ocean, we have estimate of the amount of sargassum that is available there. And the presence of sargassum on the ocean has a lot of detrimental effects, health-wise, economic-wise, and also environmental-wise. Because the presence of the sargassum, once it decays, it can produce some bacteria which can cause harmful effect on the water body animals and disrupting the ecosystem in that environment. So what is not there for us is that how do we take care of this? And instead of saying that you want to do the cleaning of the ocean all the time, which requires huge resources to do that. So it means we must find a way of arresting this. And a lot of effort is being made to find a way of recycling most of this material or upcycling them. Like plastic can be recycled. Presently, Nigeria is only recycling 20% of what we produce, which is still far low. 20% of what we produce. And no wonder we have plastics almost everywhere. Especially when rain falls, when you will see a lot of plastics on our drainages. Everything is ending in the ocean or the sea. So how do we go about it? We have people who are using plastic to produce aggregates in concrete. And this is not just laboratory work. People have built houses with plastic aggregates. We can try to convert plastic into aggregate, which we use in concrete. And then we also be preserving our environment from mine granite, because we have alternative to that. And then we have seen people who are using plastic to produce tiles or serve as a binder, and then some people even use it to produce log of wood. Wherever you are using wood, you are using this plastic that is produced from there. So if you use these alternatives and we strengthen and then upscaling our recycling techniques, this will also save our global ocean system and the coastal environment, and then it will reduce the amount of resources we put in cleaning them. Also, we also know, just like what Dr. mentioned about the carbon emission, Nigeria is paying heavily because of our lackadaisical attitude about our practices, about not practicing sustainably, that is finding a way of reducing carbon emission. It is most of all these practices that the people see. They will say, okay, Nigeria is already doing this, and then our carbon tax will be reducing. And if you don't checkmate these activities, and we continue this, we continue to be paying carbon taxes for everything that we do. So they also got sargassum. Sargassum is also very deadly risks that we have. It just has its own importance. if it is not too much. If it is too much, it is very, very, very deadly. It causes a lot of ecosystem, causes a lot of destruction of the ecosystem. And aside that, it also has, because it traps a lot of oxygen. When it traps a lot of oxygen, then it grows some bacteria that can cause harm to animals and then also to human beings. And I know in the Caribbean, some states in the Caribbean like Fiji, and some Fiji is in Pacific, and then some of these countries, they are not using they are using this cybersol as a source of producing gas. They can produce gas from it, and this gas they use to generate electricity. You have seen people that are using the ashes from this gas to produce stabilized brick from it. So these are some of the things that are not just only at the laboratory level. This is what they are commercialized. And yet, here we have some people who have done some work in the laboratory, most of our university, then they are only on the shelf. What you just need to see that to open this up and then find a way of utilizing them and industrialize them so that at least by doing that, we will be able to maximize the benefits we will be making from the operation or from the coastal line. Then responding to this, how do we now deploy the smart system? The smart system is that we want to produce an infrastructure that will be responding to any changes in the environment. We have some, if you have, for instance, you produce some, let's say, concrete materials that will respond. If there is any heat, it will respond to heat. And if there is too low temperature, it will respond to it. If there will be any compression or an acid, maybe high content of chloride, it will find a way of responding by adapting to the environment. And some of these materials will also send signal that this is problem that we have, because we may not have the opportunity to monitor everything that is happening on our coastal system, especially the infrastructure along this. By deploying this technology, we will be able to monitor everything, we will be able to know what is happening at every point in time. And this will give us opportunity to respond on time before things are going to go beyond hand. So these are some of the things that we need to deploy. And like I mentioned earlier, everything is centered on having the data, commissioning people who have the understanding about this, and then have the will to implement most of this technology. If we don't implement them, it will just be there. The world is already utilizing most of this technology to their own advantage. So we too must also use all this so that we'll be able to benefit a lot from this global economy we are really talking about. And if you are just talking about only fishing, and if you don't talk about the pollution in the environment and the infrastructure around this coastal line, it will still end up in affecting the resources that is coming from this pollution. Thank you. Yes, that's all. I think the same thing as water ICT, the same thing as water ICT. Even in Ghana here, they are already utilizing it in Ghana for a lot of resources, and we have them on our rivers almost everywhere. So we are already using it. Why can't we also use it as a nation, at least to find a way of adopting it? Maybe the Nigerian Institution of Environmental Engineers should also find a way of developing something that we should, and then we present to the government as a body that we have the potential to do this. Let us exploit it. If it is just to try, if it is just to start quantifying amount of salmon or water IC that we have from our ocean, so that we need to call the attention of the government to it. Perhaps it could be a project for the technical arm of the Nigerian Institution of Environmental Engineers to do something. We are not just only trying to come and get. You have to do something. We can liaise with many of us are from the university. We can liaise with them, generate data, we generate technical documents that will be presented to the government. And even I'm very sure with this issue of new economy, if you're able to develop something meaningful, technical, and then we present to them, I'm very sure they will sponsor the projects. And this will also be our own contribution, not just only to invite them to event and then do whatever. I think this is
Thank you very much. The Nigerian engineers or your state chapter visited the water completion at the sometimes ago, and we saw a lot of certain innovations in the full of the dam. So we are going to see what the channel respond to all the questions. Dr. Desiree, like to you have talked about the carbonization strategy. Then you mentioned the gas reduction strategies the other time. Then you were talking about digitalization. But what's policy? Electoral building measures here to support all these adoption for environmentally sustainable maritime transport in Nigeria.
The journey has begun. As an industry player, it's important to also know that we have pockets of these policies across different agencies. NIMA started doing something very useful around emission monitoring, NPA also advocating, and pockets of government agencies are advocating for this singular cost of decarbonization. At this time, we need an integrated framework. We have the national design contributions, we have conversations around the KAAF from the NASA, conversations around pockets of business. A very clear decarbonization framework is needed at this time, where we can use all the information together. The IMO GHG strategy targets for 2050 and net zero, for example, we have incentives for those who are really interested in driving their decarbonization to a net zero and going through the pathway. We need an integrated framework this time. With an integrated framework, we have a clear line of sight, we have clear accountabilities, and then we walk the talk. 2, levies, as I always want to emphasize. The green levies, right now, this is the time to begin to leverage on conversations around the green levies. We have vessels coming into our ports. A percentage of surcharge to manage vessels that are deviant from our carbon strategy. This is the time to provide those. You can reinvest those funds and use those funds to drive various infrastructural projects. And so infrastructural projects in our ports typically revolve around power conversations, will typically revolve around renewables, will typically revolve around rural infrastructure and the likes. Another important thing to also note is synergy. We have different class society, Lloyds, TNVs and the likes. This is the time to come together and learn from them. Regional hubs are also a good opportunity for capacity building. We have the Baltic hubs, we have the hubs in Europe, we understand what they're doing. I recall sometime in 2012 when we kicked off the Nigerian maritime ballast water regulation. We had to go to Turkey, for example, to learn exactly how to manage the ballast water. Equipment, engineering, and the like, very robust exercise. And that created the maritime ballast water regulation of Nigeria in 2012. I also recall that the academia needs to also play a very significant role. So oftentimes we have experts in marine sitting in government agencies, private institutions, and less. This is the time where we need cross-breeding, cross-functional ideas around managing maritime activities, managing sustainable maritime activities in Nigeria. And just a few things also to drive some of the capacity building conversations around the sustainable maritime practices.
As you are at the United States before, when you are using management there, what is water, energy, and the United States?
Okay, so very great improvements over the last 5 years within the production space. the government has been very determined to manage it. And one of the things we've done right now is we do what we call produce water storage charge. Somewhere around $1 per barrel. If you discharge, you will not discharge roads. And not discharge roads within Nigerian territory. Places where you have 12 nautical miles from the shore and 200 feet deep. But those who can't manage this will pay those water storage charges. And of course, we also need to provide a clear work program on how to manage this wastewater. Preferred option is well injection. Not so many organizations have the opportunity to inject that wastewater into wells because of some of the very, for land assets, for example, onshore assets, for example, very high chances of groundwater contamination. And so that's really very, very challenging. Some reservoirs, for example, are not very robust to manage high wastewater volumes. And so best practice really is to send your wastewater with your crude to a terminal, for example, treated in the terminal and then you discharge. Your discharge is not discharge to 10 cents per barrel. Some people discharge in the neighborhood of 200,000 per day, some 300,000 barrels per day. And the Nigerian Offshore Petroleum Regulation Commission really driving this conversation around minimizing closed discharge.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let's have a share in place. So let me quickly go to webinar. We've said many things about the innovation aspect. So the last one has to ask you with how can Nigeria create an enabling policy and investment environments that attracts private sector participation in ocean reliable energy while ensuring community inclusion and environmental sustainability.
So the policies are of this importance. Before we even delve into areas of financing, as our other panelists have already said, because for there to be a successful project, there must be a kind of alignment between policies and financing. We have a culture in Africa, or I would like to narrow it down to Nigeria, where we think of the benefits before we think of the consequences and the follow-up implications of the benefits we are trying to get. And that's the reason why I would say I really love that question, because it not only visualizes the prospects of how to go about whatever we want to achieve, but it also tries to point out how the can factor into the plans we make. And I would say for one, we have environmental impact assessments, which are expedient to be done before any form of integration as regards our offshore regulation. Because like our honorable minister said, the mangrove forest, down to fishermen, and basic day-to-day coastliners, operation habitat, and the ocean as we have. These essential parts of the ocean or the offshore require our utmost supervision and adequate care of. Because if we focus only on what we want to get out of this, and we do not focus on this other part, then there is going to be a disalignment of the disarray. And also, this is going to affect our foreign investors. Because if you want to take into account using as Senegal as reference, we see that Senegal, for their offshore facility, they have about, if I'm not mistaken, 32 megawatts of offshore potential. And of that 32, we have about 13 as a fixed and about 20 something as floating. So when we want to go into pilot works, the first thing we need to do that the feasibility studies, like I said earlier, cost who has done it before, how did they manage to manage their way around areas of financing and policy making, and then we take knowledge away from their areas of shortfalls and their areas of strength, and from there we can find a level ground to actually say. So, taking that into consideration, we actually need participation from our PPP, that's our public and private partnership. We need foreign investors, and not be by their size. We need multilateral development banks, also the World Bank and the likes, to also play key roles in our execution. And for as already said concerning the policies, policies must be made that favor our ocean, that favor our coastline, that favor everything in between. That's why I emphasize on mapping. The first stage is mapping. You ensure that when you begin to look into, because most times when engineering innovations like this come to play, they are certain detrimental effects to the environment. But our aim is to make sure that those detrimental effects to the environment are reduced to the minimum or the barest minimum, so that it will ensure that there is no visible evidence of the effect of human activities on the ocean, as the case will be. So these policies must revolve around, the policymakers must look into this area. As our honorable minister was already said, it is not a job for one person. Each sector must play its part, because the engineer knows the risk factors that are involved in submission. He knows the shortfalls on the environment. The technicians know, yes. The finance person knows, yes. The environmentalists know, yes. And together they can roll minds and say, okay, this policy should move in this, this should move in this, this should move in this. And that's why I talked about seabed surveys, because you must essentially map out lines where we also know that our pipelines cross under the ocean, right? So map out those areas, map out our mangrove forest pathways, map out our transportation system for the maritime and the likes, to ensure that no area is affected, as we are trying to compensate for this and the regular development do not affect the other side of the house.
Thank you very much, and I hear about it. But you give him the whole day, he will continue. He was speaking as he loved. Thank you very much. We have one question from the audience before we continue. Any question for any of the speaker? Since we don't have any question, I would like to invite the chairman. You are ready to say, because everything that the same act on the chairman in terms of policy. Dr. Liberty has caused the NIEE to Bishop It was already the same thing, and for this administration, the same thing happened. Thank
you very much. I want to thank all our panelists, all the issues and the benefits, challenges that surrounds the blue economy and blue practices. I'm quite sure that the technical team have gotten it works, so that at the end of the day, when we get back to our
our resource center in Lagos, you look at it. Already, in those one or two things, if you look at my speech, I made it earlier. I've recommended integrated coastal and water service engineering. I also said something on blue green urban planning, circular economy and waste valorization, sustainable fishery and agricultural engineering. I also said something about monitoring of data and digital tools, which defends environmental monitoring networks. Also, the capacity building and local innovation. Higher in my speech, I made it notice to everyone here that we have already have our training resource centers, which is standard, and that makes the 5th division out of 27 division of Nigeria Sector of Engineer, out of 27, we are 5th division that will acquire that technology resource center. Already, even my IPC, my other engineer was required. Discuss that sometimes ago, and we have started to invest training for engineers, technicians, and companies stakeholders to encourage homegrown technologies that are affordable and scalable in local contexts. We have heard all the panelists, and as environmental engineers, we will look into that. And very soon, the results will be coming out to everyone to access. Thank you very much.
The third engineer will the implementation of the plan to the minister. The result of the plans and the direction.
Thank you very much, the moderator, for finally this time. So, our national chairman is your job. Except we want to make use of your IPCs. So, I'll leave to so we decide who we present it to. Engineer Ayman Ahoma.
Thank you. On behalf of the founding fathers of the Nigerian Institute of Environmental Engineers, my executive council members, all the environmental families that are here, I want to send the award of appreciation to Engineer Amodu Halen about a recognition of your exceptional contribution as panelist at the National Conference Annual General Meeting, the Institute of Environmental Engineering 2025. Team, to economy, members, it's running for the 2020.
Israel is a photographer. Dr. Adeshoma,
No way, sir.
Of the chairman the Nigerian Institute of Government today, I have the pleasure to present this flag to you, award appreciation for the participation in this year's conference. Thank you as participants, as a panelist. Thank you.
On behalf of our chairman, NIGERIan NIEE, I chairman board of board of trustees, concepts of Dietetics, and all the entire family that are here. My husband, thank you to my own friends. Professor Ibadan, Dr. Auditorium, for supporting us all this time from our person to Lagos. And since we started to give us sharing experience. Thank you very much.
The last speaker will be represented by Engineer Makilangue, the IBC NIEE Corporation.
On behalf of the defense of present this to Dr. Nick Isaac for his role as one of finance at his 2025-26 AGM and AGM. Thank you for being there for us. Thank you.
This shall be a photograph with the panelists on the and the past chairman with the chairman of the student step down because of the height of this meeting. Please step down so that the past chairman will take picture of the student and the operators of the panel. So The last year, there is a very Yes, the thing I will be I'm going to there's a few past chairmen who does one thing to share few words with us. I think when I realize that is very enough, let me leave it to you, please.
How do I start to say this now? I would say NIEE, sustainable environment. Because when I came in and I saw this crowd, I know we are actually sustainable environment. And I want to thank the chairman and the city for putting this together. I think it's a challenge for our incoming chairman and the youth to keep it up. And by next year, when we are meeting, we want to benchmark what we have seen in Ibadan, what we are going to see next year. So thank you for all that. God is in the of the back to the expedition. Thank you very much.
Let's see.
Environmental engineers, members of the school, past chairman and fellows, ladies and gentlemen. This is very great pleasure and honor to have many years again in the matter. At least today was the second, third time that the Nigerian division has held their national conference at AGM in Ibadan. This is a great feat for Ibadan. We foresee this kind of August body. I'm also very happy to see the huge turnout. Gives me quite a lot of nostalgia when we started. We had a lot of engineers who were participating. In fact, at that time, every engineer in Nigeria claimed to be members of the environment committee. Senior ones, also the young ones, and our register then we had about 250 engineers. Our list. But thank God that we are moving on, we are coming back. I want to congratulate this current expo for the great results that they have achieved. They have been able to have a national secretariat. This is a great achievement for them. They have also been able to get a brand new bus, not to move, a brand new bus. That amongst many other achievements is worthy of compensation. So many of them and your team, I want to really thank you. You are going to keep the plan line. So I would also encourage those who are coming after to surpass them. This is the only way that we can make the environment division an enviable division again. Like I said, everybody wanted to identify with us. We should bring that back. And I see that it's coming back. Thank you. And I wish you a wonderful time in Ibadan. for the AGM National Conference of the Nigerian title. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Finally, for this session, I want to bring up the Vice National Chairman to give the first of things. And that is no other person than Engineer KAAF speaking who make it still be FNSC, FNIEE.
Once again, I want to thank everybody for being here. Yes, I'm out of time to come to this conference. I wish you best of luck as you are going back. I also want to use this opportunity to appreciate all our founding fathers, because without them today, not as big where we are. About 20 years ago, we used to be soldiers for them, and they have directed us on what to do for the future, for the growth of the division. And based on this, like the capacity of me as national chairman, I want to appreciate all our past chairmen with a total legacy. For every one of them. I only present one for the first national chairman, Engineer Bola Ibadan. Look here, right? Look here. What we have is many of us have become national and for us that still in the experiment. It is something I want to say thank you, sir, for all your efforts and how you guide us to where we have to go. Thank you, sir.
Once again, I want to appreciate the moderation of this aims and this competition. And not the addition, I want to really thank all the so-called full that many of them are become past champion of this division. I think that in the last of the I want to enjoy. I think people knew about them. Yes, it's 2000. So I thank you for keeping back line. And I also pray that when back goes back, the flag will not come. Thank you.
But the first national and this is a community to also or the way you have guided us, was for us and ideas towards the growth of this institution.
Yeah, I was listening to my brother. I'm also defined very much. Because I think on behalf of my chairman, from saying that the concept of NIEE, the party chairman, on behalf of that, I am going to expect we carry you to the physical. The main important one of us, and no You know that NIEE has just started another attempt by the grace of the God point. It has started and we are trying to do it. Thank you very much.
Yes, it's my name, Pastor. I think my name. Yeah. Sorry. And following, and the end guy do. Every guy do. Follow me.
Okay, your way
This is still to result. So there is some information. And you know that since most of it, and then there's a time. Thank you so much. We will always survive.
NIEE. I'm not hearing NIEE. Yes, I want to thank the current chairman. One thing I want to say is at least listen to me. When it came about, just call it sorry. Yes, I'm on board now, but please, you are going to be, I'm going to be Fatula, and you'll be the Tinubu. How is it? I'm going to be Fatula, you're going to be the Tinubu. So all the politicians in NFC, all the people that you must know, all that you must speak, I think to this is our chairman. The incoming president took him there. He's our national chairman. That's how many really work. And sometimes it's a big sacrifice to do that kind of work. Sometimes being on the when I don't think I'll be there, you just tomorrow I'll just walk at my house and say no, that will come back. And sometimes I pay. Sometimes I pay for those things. I pay. Sometimes I pay. So that tells you that somebody that like teamwork, and because of that same spirit and his style, that's why I need to work with him. And then I going to work with him. So when you get to NSC, President Madam doesn't people have gone about things. Saying it's my head. What do you want? I will do it together. And that has been the collective thing that's made us to achieve this thing. That when the income of the office came in, I went to get out. I stood on everybody made that will be fixed and we must have someone there. Today, that was a reference point for all the future. And very soon, the reference of all the future. Very soon, we will see training and accountability live from that office. Everything is there. Digital system is there, all the care are done. We have internet, pre-internet Wi-Fi there because we want service, not online and we are using steady internet for people and members to go there, to even go there and work as a work session. For people to like it to be there. It's the pre-internet that you already done there. So you can go there and do some other things. Thank you to the chairman. I want to thank you for your achievement. Now to say thank you.
You also have to take this. I'm going to do the next because I have home.
all the ESCO past chairman, the executives of our divisions, every one of them were presented award. This award is coming from the student athletes, the ESA of our institution. Today, you are using the opportunity to present for engineer OM Logo, from the student athletes of this institution. In recognition of your biggest contribution towards the continuous professional development, supporting man development and capacity for mission. On behalf of the ESA, student athlete, I present this award to you, engineer Owen Logo. Congratulations.
I want my organ to come out with attention. Okay. Our chairman has done very well. Very well. The reason why you have to say this is that you came far away from Ibadan to help us to implement this program that has been done by our students. I was impressed that day when I saw you. And Ojowuro is one of your students. So that I'm doing very well. So why not?
The most available that basis I want to know. Actually, on behalf of NIEE that you are representing as our representatives, I want you to, on behalf of the ESCO and led by our chairman, kindly help us to present this to your boy and powerful and in Lagos. Thank you very much.
I got transport.
Thank you so much. And I also want to thank the student athletes of the best super candidates for organizing that program. So I'm going to present it on behalf of the Nigerian Institute of Authority and India's student athletes. Those are the ones that organize the program and are not able to do. So congratulations, that is the work. So job well done. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And this one. Please, why NIEE is really important times, all the offerings, please go to the back and because the session starts in period after both of them. Okay, thank you very much. I read things again with this student. I want to please, just a moment, please. Just for my just hold on, please. Please, just hold on, please. Please, can I have the entire hall receipt now? Please, let's suspend all that. Please, for now. Please visit everybody, please visit. There's a message for everyone. Please, this message is for all of us. Please, everyone visit. Let's stop movement. Please, I don't mean my strong or something. Not only when we came in, I don't mind. But as God have it, somebody also pointed my attention to it. Sincerely, this year, we lost one of our pastors. And I hope you are been. We lost the very high woman who also contributed to contribution. And even early this year, early that year,
There are so many things that we need together for the future. And that's on that note, I want to rise for a big silent from one of our past coming engineer of food. Big silent for this. All the very fast on. Doctors on the right, we are not well paid. Now say, why we salute college of this stress that the institution did well, they contributed money for its medical, they paid some of the bill, and then get their weakness. And because most of us are always seeing in the hospital. But I also came from Ibadan to see in the hospital. So we did well by contributing to his medical care. All of you, because everybody contributed and contribute some. But however, God can know that we do. And we need to recount now. So let's not take a bit silent for any now and so yes. And let's see. And then we'll be. We don't accept him in his bosom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to first of all thank my in this vote of thanks, thank God for a successful, unique national conference of NIEE.
Can any of the African, if I can get come. If I can please come.
So please, we have a numerous awards for our past chairman, which we have soon. I think he also made efforts and supported our students now. And we have to appreciate him in their talents. So please, our conferees, can you see that? Please, just be patient. I can see you want to write this guy down and just be a little patient, please.
Go ahead and also use that. Go ahead and also use that. As personal awards, no engineer, minister at the south of Sulu. You bring this award in whether by an engineer. Maurice. Yes, because I know I'm calling him to come and collect because when you see UNISA, we are seeing engineer Gege. So please, on behalf of the student athletes, we have present these to engineer, our past chairman, 11th past chairman of this institution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, my agile retiring IPC. But with the way my IPC is working, I told you we are going to have IPPC, the office of IPPC, because I need this age as well and experience. I would say that I've thanked God for a successful conference. And I want to thank in a very special way our unique chairman. You know, there's something about this chairman that surprises me. His emergence seems to be accidental. Well, because he was president, he exceeded all expectation. This chairman broke all barriers. In fact, the way he moves, you will never know he can do wonders. But I can tell you, By the special grace of God, he has raised NIEE to another level. To my own experience, it is best to organize a good cocktail. Yesterday it was those of you who are not there, please. The package we have today, we have never had it in all our conferences. We established the kind of secretariat I'm not saying we should have. I am telling you, because the sound for us. They are not having a lot of additional. In fact, I'm afraid, I told you yesterday that you are playing this battle too much. I hope I can be able to exceed it. But I tell you, with him by my side, I know we are going to exceed it. So please, I want to thank the very special way. I thank God for him, for what he has been able to do for this environment division. Having said that, I want to thank our untiring past chairman. In fact, for years, even though some of them have sat, they are still here. In fact, some of them who are not here may be due to distance or health challenges. Each time I see you, I see passion. Passion that encourages me that I want to be like you. That I'll never forget the environment vision. Anywhere I am, I'm promoting the environment vision. So I want to thank our past, all our past chairmen. You have done problem. And your presence encourages us that this light will never close in our hands. I want to thank all the national institutes here who has been working silently to sustain the vision. Your sacrifices, your efforts has never been in vain and will never be in vain. I want to thank all the committee members who have been able to put through this. You have done well. Thank you. I want to thank all the chapter chairmen who are at the grassroots sustaining the environment, promoting sustainable environment, and mobilizing members. I want to thank all the chapter chairmen. You are doing well, keep doing it well. And for all of us who have made efforts to be here, I want to thank you. You have done a good to be part of us. Our slogan is promoting sustainable environments, and we want you to do that regardless of whatever practice or discipline of engineering you belong. So thank you very much as we ask to stay behind and be part of the conference or fellowship to some of our deserving members. Thank you for being here, and once you're going, may the good Lord lead you home safely. We hope to see you again at our next national conference. Thank you very much. God bless you. Please, maybe now, let's all the referees go towards the back there. There will be a procession to bring you in before they will confirm it will take place. Please, all referees will please move and wear your band. And wait for the national chairman, DOT chairman to lead you down. Please, we are looking for a key, a master key like this. A simple key like this without addition. Please, if you find one key around you, please, you can direct it to me, please.
Franco, are you ready? Yeah. Hello, come down here. Come down, come to me. That's right. That's it. You're very good. If you come down and drink inside. The company, can you come inside? Open the car, please. Why you? Then I'm face here. Face the audience. Face the audience. Yeah.
We have the list starting from the frequency of the pamphlets to page 38. So the National Council.
After screening all these candidates thoroughly, we come on behalf of this candidate to take our bodies. And we can't all of us, including you. After all this, and I never knew the way to make it, and we have made it through our strength. So I'm presenting this to our chairman, if we have a NIEE. You don't say after me, after you say after me, chairman, I reach you properly. You put your name, when I read, I. To be a good ambassador for the National of Engineers. After solely here, to be good ambassador of the National Environmental Engineers. And to serve the institution in all of my capacity. To uphold the ethics of the institutions, rules, law, and guidance.
You're not speaking, we are not hearing your voice. Withdraw it.
I hereby present myself for admission as my friend, on behalf of our chairman, Board of Federal, who is only ostensibly always at the other, and he has directed us to administer and sent me for your consideration of our everything into our case. So I send it to Mr. Chairman.
Of sending the chairman board of fellows. Before I listen you into this research, it's not just a position of this institution. I want to have one or two words to you that know that from today. Know that we are taking this position as we not take it for granted. It's for more work because it's not of hard work, it's more work. We never will call on you for any crowds, any accidents. Please, you have to respond to us without wasting time. You have also to support us financially, support us intellectually, also support us with your ideas. By confirming me as the #1 environmental engineer in Nigeria, I hereby in the presence of Chairman Board of Trustees, Chairman Board of Fellows, and all the environment family, I hereby admit you into the Board of Fellows of this institution. I now be using icon after the NIEE. Congratulations. You are being conferred with the elitist title of the Nigerian Institution of Environmental Engineers. You are welcome to the ends of the institution. And you now have a bragging right. The bragging right that wherever you find yourself as an authority. A bragging right as an elite of the Nigerian Institution of Environmental Engineers, who will promote on a daily basis sustainable environment and how it can be continuous wherever you find yourself. We keep speaking and speaking on the sustainability of the environment until it is achieved. Congratulations to all our fellows. There are rules that we pass on to you for you to fill and sign.
Thank you so much for the honor. Want to appreciate you for this special award everyone to us. And we know that sometimes any award and I will be part of the member years to giving us another lift, that support service. So on behalf of every of my member here and the same want to appreciate you, want to say a big thank you to everyone of you. Today's is very good. So in this particular stage on behalf of my fellow guys. Thank you so much. God bless you all. And God bless NIEE.
There should be a good photograph with the virtual chairman of the past memories, all the comparison. This can it's possible to climb the station at the government and all the it's here the same. You can pass on the other side there. Come up to just so that and the past chairman can join you. Go to the other side. Let's not say the light from the back. Some of you are going to go. Go on. Yeah. Let me sort of say that states now. You are not able to. No. That just in please. I just want to give the week
Use that's all.
Let's close up.
Beautiful. Some people that really have hard work, they'll clean carpets. That will be it. Then the rest was just one of those. Yes. A lot of plants like you got to do. Then it was please consider first. Hold on. We are not concluded with so long. Please. And all of those. It's really a good of time by God of freedom. Please hold on, we go through that. The program will start very after the president. Please, to the left, you are bringing those of us. Please, if you start very after the president, please, just a moment, not continue to this. Not the people to us. We believe what compacts by the God of freedom. Okay, thank you very much. Let's start there. Please come to the photograph right after this round. And then next year takes place immediately after the interview. The next 30 minutes starts. So means after the picture way behind a member and on to the rest. Thank you very much. Election item, please.
Are we ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Nigeria will hate our own native land. Though tribes and countries differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. God bless you. God bless Nigeria. Photograph continues for now, and AGM is the next 30 minutes. Please, the AGM commences in the next 30 minutes. Thank you all for coming.
I just announced the time. 3
One fellow submit their statement. Then they submit it to any other. I will agree. Yes, so, by next year,
Be careful
Okay, always that. Hold on.
See you.
Yeah. I know that.
There's nobody.
And some other creature is a wolf service. I've been here once a piece.
Please, having said, members, fellow, please come inside. Fellows and ignorants, come inside. Please, one by our electron and AGM and go. Let's close some time, please, come inside, everyone. Come inside. That's good. Now you know, this time, we're in here. We need our new outside, this song is that. That's all you know. Please, you outside, come inside. You outside, come inside. This one, brother.
Please, we have chairman, we have secretary, let's start the meeting. Don't we need a table here?
Oh, yeah, now.
Sit down.
Can you come inside? Never come inside. Start the AGM.
Let's start.
Come on, Nick. Chairman, I need to come. Chairman, I will right now, I will say, Chairman, right now, I will say, Chairman, right now, I will say, second, I will not write.
Up or down?
I will see. Come down. One has to the front. Sit in the front, the boy. Please go down. What's up with this? Don't sit down like that. Like I'm counting. You sit down right here, I think I don't remember being here. Please sit down, sit there, sit. Let me down, sit. Second, take your seat. Second, take your seat. Second, take your seat. No. Hello, member, come here. Now, this people they don't hold me now. Now, oh yeah, the vote, come now. Take attendance. What are people outside? Are there people outside? The one that was there, that was there. That's why I said outside. Now, you go to the government and come in, bro. Let's have the front. I have a late game on the front. But after that, you count the three. I'm not a late game, you sit down. No, yes, that's how it's done. That's not how you go. That's not how you go. It's not and sit closer again. Yes, how you go. I can't see you start anything. Then you ask for moving out of the you open high. Then you talk about how to open high. Where is the like that? How you like to let them it's I mean I oh yeah, you did. Thank you, that answer. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Chairman. Once again, I want to welcome every one of us in this year 2025 AGM.
We started the year 2024 on the 1st of November 2024 at the gallery of the Nigerian Center of Engineering Auditorium NIEE, Abuja. When we were appointed again to take another 1 year to serve this institution. I remember vividly on that day, the following were elected along with me. Engineer James Umekisi will be FNSC, FNIEE, the National Life. Engineer Owowagola, the General Secretary. Engineer Biola Kose, Ayilawa, Assistant General Secretary. Engineer Biola Kose, National Treasurer. Engineer Owowagola, National Financial Secretary. Engineer Dr. Mutada Adike Kutiyani, National Technical Secretary. Engineer Mutada Ibrahim, Assistant Technical Secretary. Engineer A.M. Gege, National Membership Secretary. Engineer A.M. Mustafa, Assistant Membership Secretary. And we have ex-officio 1, 2, 3, 4. Engineer Professor M.T. Ajo Tabino, Engineer Tech and A.K. Simeon, Engineer Chidoke, Engineer Peter Olawoke, and Engineer S.M. Otukoya. We took the work of this discussion and we are determined to work together as a team. And what we have done is what translates today. During the second year, we are able to acquire a functional office, which makes us the 5th division to have standard office out of 27 division of Nigerian Society of Engineers. We also make sure that all the executive council meetings in Abuja and outside Abuja, we have our representative. And sometimes when I could not make it, I will make sure that my national vice chairman attended it. We also make sure that the group dynamic competition all the times we participate. In the year 2024, we came 7 positions behind Nigerian Institute of Chemical Engineers, Nigerian Institute of Agricultural Engineers, highway engineers, civil engineers, and I know we are 7 positions, and we are praying that this year we are not taking it for granted, and we hope we are going to perform better. We have made sure that all the activities ranging from our father until lecture, we participate effectively. World Environment Day, we participated. World Water Days, we also participated. Not at the national level alone. All our chapters across Nigeria, they participated. This institution, we have not left behind on the financial support to our parent body, the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Out of the total amount from annual dues and donation from our partners, this year we are able to support the NSC with the sum of 500,000 naira. Our institution is increasing now. Just about 3 weeks ago, the Macaulay chapter in Benue State, became the latest chapter of this great institution. Our national vice chairman was there to represent the environment family to inaugurate the newest chapter chairman, the Makodi chapter. I want to thank everyone because without your support, we will not be where we are today. We are counting on you, and we hope that the next leaders, the next chairman that is coming in, because that is whenever I see him, I will tell him that I believe in you, and by the special grace of Allah, you are going to pass more than what I pass, and that is what a leader must tell his successor. Engineer Keyus, I'm praying for you, and I want to believe that with the support of my IBC during my tenure, I also do the same to you so that you can move this division higher than where you reach. I also want to appeal to whoever that is elected today into the National Executive Council of the institution to give Engineer Keyus the support he deserves. Because I want to say today that we started this thing together in the year 2024 when we used to be foot soldiers. 2004, when we used to be foot soldiers, is the one handling the posters facing across the local granny of Abuja. While we in Lagos will go into the Oregon, all these organs, we go there and place posters. Today, some of us are now attaining the position of chairman. Please support Engineer Keyus and his team so that we can make another history. This is what we need today. I want to believe that we are still going to make another one by the special grace of Allah. Thank you very much, and God bless every one of you.
Good afternoon. Chairman, National Chairman seated, all past chairmen in the House, my Vice Chairman, all chapter chairmen in the House, all past chapter chairmen, all members of NIEE, our great institution. Good afternoon today, and congratulations on this AGM. Here I read the year 2024-2025 annual report. This is an overview of the activities of the Nigerian Institution of Environmental Engineers, NIEE, in the last 12 months, starting from January 2024. The year 2024-2025 Executive Committee of the division was constituted during the 2024 Annual General Meeting, held on 15th November 2024 at Gallery of the Nigerian Society of Engineers Auditorium, NSC Headquarters, Abuja. The attached is by the attendance register at the 2024 AGM of Nigerian Institution of Environmental Engineers. We have apologies from some of our past chairmen and our past chapter chairmen, Engineer Bola Olowe, Engineer Linda Revus, Engineer Ngozi Umogu, Engineer Kideji Molu, Engineer Adebola Adebule, Engineer P.O. Onyema. opening. The 2024 National Conference AGM with the theme Food Security and Environmental Sustainability Call to Action commenced at 11:30 a.m. with the recitation of the first stanza of the national anthem and the pledge was said. Dignitaries were recognized and invited to the table, after which the national chairman, Engineer NIEE, MNSC, no, is now FNSC, FNIEE, apologies, sir, read out the AGM agenda. There was an amendment on the agenda and the adoption of the agenda declared. Apologies were made for some of the members who are not around. The national chairman, Engineer NIEE, delivered his welcome address. He thanked everyone present, both physically and virtual. He also appreciated the institution for giving him the opportunity to serve. On behalf of the executive, he thanked all past chairmen and members of the division for their dedication, contributions, and passion in moving the division to the next level. He equally appreciated all our elders who always find this time to identify with the division. Election was held in which the executive members were appointed and announced. Furthermore, he said there were workshops, training, technical sections, and World Environmental Day on all chapters. There was also donation to NSC headquarters for financial support. He said there were growth in members of the society and some people show interest in joining the society. He appreciated the members and well-wishers for their support. General Secretary, Engineer O.O. Agbola, presented the report of the last national conference held at Alausa CBD, Ikeja. Corrections and revision of names were made, and the executive tendered their apologies. Engineer Udosa Idorayi moved for the adoption of the minutes. The General Secretary gave the overall report of the overview of what happened concerning the society for the year. Ideas were brainstormed on how to move the position of the results of the group dynamics on. Corrections were made on reports and later for adoption by Engineer Etafo from Asara chapter. A presentation of the financial report by the Financial Secretary, Engineer Gege Afolabi, FNI, NSC, FNIEE, responses to the reports and various advices from members were noted and corrections were made. Engineer Keyes made a solely move the motion for the adoption of the report as supported by Engineer M.O. Mustafa. The auditor was called to give report and also advised the society. The report was adopted by Engineer S.M. Ukoya and seconded by Engineer Benjamin and Manipul. On AOP, the coordinator of student chapter presented the student report. He also brought some regarding the student chapter. He was advised to submit it to the secretary so he can look at it and polish it. A member suggested that the National ISO should try and coordinate the World Environmental Day celebrated in all chapters. The national chairman, Obiemi, applauded everyone for their patience. Engineer Mustafa moved for the adjournment of the meeting supported by Engineer Yusuf Madalabe, NIEE, Sustainable Environment, Engineer Agbola O.O. FNSC, FNIEE, FNICE, General Secretary. Thank you.
I'll call on the Auditorium to come and read out the financial reports of the institution. Auditorium. Yeah. the members, the Dietetics Council present here, Dr. Chairpersons, fellows, members of NIE, and all distinguished ladies and gentlemen present here. I am an engineer, what's probably the world National Secretary for the period of 2024 to 2025. And it is with great pleasure that before you now to read out the statement of our accounts at this time. Well, I would like to appreciate all members of the institution who have contributed financially to the success of the institution. So let's go straight to the details we have here. I thought we would projects and other things, but inside I don't progress. As I said earlier, we looking at 2024 to 2025. As of 25th of 2024, we had the total amount of 6,430,963 million. That's my call. Please note that this is a total of the funds we have in the Global Bank, Zen Bank, which are transformed together. In Global Bank, we had 7,259 naira. In Zen Bank, we had 6,338,000. Naira, and also another 7,050 dollars in the account. That gives us what we have there at 6,430,973 pension code. During the was able to remit some into the account of the institution. There are other chapters that say in the annual dues for Imo States chapter, we have 50,000 coming in for Otao chapter, 20,000 naira for State chapter, 5,000 naira. Then the other case from Maui chapter, the nearly chapter costing 7,500 naira. Now, what donations from the performance is a job that was and it amounted to 950,000. Payments for items that the decision created costing 500,000. Life membership fees of 350,000. Then all that inflows total 3,439 naira is paid for. Then we did donation for medical debt, 6 million $855,004. Then the receipts from Azerbaijan Bank. Well, we get there. So all these figures are given that I read out total 13,939,63. Then of course we take out some monies expenditure for the period we're talking about. For the annual meeting expenses and power analysis lecture, we expended total sum of 2,900,000 for the World Environment. The expenses that was 300,000. Entertainment expenses 250,000. LSC government expenses 200,000. Purchase of federal allowance and certificate for members. That it was 180,000 that we spent. We also expended some of 950,000 for government expenses. Decoration and sorry expenses took 200,000 from our boss, and so on and so forth. I just want to summarize our total expenditure for that period that we're looking at, that is October 2024 to October 2025. We expended to sum of 30,984,027 naira. So we do our calculation. So as at 31st of October 2025, the balance we have in our account is 5,497,000. It's 8,892 core. And that says balance as of last year, the inflows and the expenses. Well, we look at this report, we're not doing badly because we're able to raise money. But one aspect that we should also look at is the payment of annual dues by members in the respective chapters. Let us try as soon as possible to pay our dues, because it is from these dues that we can afford to cater for our expenses. Anyways, we did do that here, but there's still room for improvement. So, chairman over here, and people who are online should please take note that we should go on aggressive collection of these INGs of members, and also members should also see it as a responsibility to pay their dues because they belong to this institution. And with that, I think we'll be able to have very robust funds to carry out our investigations. I want to say thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you very much for giving me the privilege of very precious. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the secretary of this institution. We also have with us here our external auditor, Mr. Adewani. He's also here to come and give us the brief. Whether we have failed, whether we have passed, whether we have improved, he will tell us. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I present the name of this. This our national chairman, all the ESCO, all the executive here, both national and the branch chairman, the independent one. So I will start by reading the auditor's report first before we go to the project main accounts. The actual goes like this. We have examined the financial statement of the Nigeria Institution of Environmental Engineers, NIEE, as at 31st October 2025, set out on pages 4 to 10, which have been prepared on the basis of accounting policies annexed here to responsibility. In accordance with the regulation of the society, the executives are responsible for the preparation of the financial statements. Our own responsibility is to form an independent opinion based on the financial statement and to report our opinion thereof to the society. Basis of opinion. We have examined and performed the audit to obtain all the information and explanations considered necessary in order to provide us with sufficient evidence to give reasonable assurance in forming our opinion. I also evaluated the overall adequacy of the presentation of information in the financial statements. Our opinion. In our opinion, the financial statement gives a true and fair view of the statements of the executives affair as at 31st October 2025 and have been properly prepared in accordance with the current constitution of the society. Now, let's move to our financial statement. That's page 6. Okay, this is page 6. You can see from that page 6, we have the corresponding year, which is year 2024 and year 2025. So in year 2024, our current asset, which is we have only one fixed asset as a debt, which is only motorbike. The amount then was 5.1 million plus. But this year, that amount has increased to 6.387 million plus. So what brought about this increase? If we go to note 3, if we go to note 3, page 9, my brother, can you please let us go to page 9, and then that's 9 continue. Page 9, that's 9 continue, note 3. Okay, I think that's it. You see that initially we have total value of 5.1 million in the previous year. So the current year, we purchases a pledge that is a QLEDGE TV. Both the cost of that one and installation, it costs 1.2 million. 1,241,000 naira. Then we bought additional 12 hours of executive conference chairs and table. That one costs 1,208,000. The total of the degree gave us 7.6. But we have a depreciation on the motor vehicle, which costs 1.288750. We depreciated only the motor vehicle because we purchased towards the end of last year. So these two, the TV as well as the shares, we purchased that towards the end of this year also. So there's no need of depreciating that one. So our net book value now came down to 6,387,000. Please go to that the financial statement. That page 6. Okay, that's it. We have that 6,387,250. Now, if we move to note 4, that's where we have the breakdown of our bank balances. Then, let's move to that page 9 continue also for them to see. Okay, that's page 4. Note 4. That is the breakdown of our cash